Welcome everybody to another week of racing. We got the Brickyard 400 at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Should be an entertaining race today. We're here with ISNF in their 5th season of the Next Gens. Should be, as we see, it's a quite little cloudy. I know officials were here not too long ago and the cars were a little loose. Should be interesting to see if these cars are a little bit tighter or if they're going to be looser. But let's go ahead and take a look at our race information for today's race. We got 160 laps, 100% fuel due to the fact that this is a full-length race, 2.5 miles long. We got 1 fast repair, 6 extra sets of tires, 25x maximum incident limit. We got some hometown heroes, actually Robert Rowe from nearby Fairland, Indiana. And we got multiple countries being represented tonight. You got the United States, Mexico, Canada, Belgium, Hungary, Portugal, Sweden, and Spain. Quite a diverse crowd out there. Now, with all that being said, let's go ahead and take a look at today's drivers. And that was a look at today's drivers. As we were mentioning, these quite overcast. This is what we should expect in real life at the track right now. Um, the kind of what you would see if you were actually at the track. But my name is Francisco Villa. I'll be your broadcaster for today's race and for the rest of the season. I got league owner Rhea Ferris in here with me. How's it going, Rhea? Well, I wish I'd be racing because I love this track. I mean, I've done pretty good. I've gotten wrecked out. Drivers shall not be named. I think you know who. But um no, it's yeah, he was. I can't even lie about that. Um but overall, Indianapolis is a really fun track if you know how to drive it. During officials, the biggest issue was if you couldn't hit your marks, you would lose a lot of time because you had to be really precise. That sounds good to me, and it is Michael Hagstrom who's still on top of the leaderboard in today's practice. Alrighty, so let's go ahead and take a look at our point standing before we get started in qualifying. But if we take a look here, we can see Jones Gunnarsson is still up top in that 10 car. He has quite a good lead over second place Jalen Battle. Jalen Battle, a former champion. Now, one driver I'm seeing here who's actually worked his way up is Kiko Garcia in that 47, and so has Angel Hernandez working their way up into the top 5.
Fire. Kiko's on fire right now.
Yeah. I was saying that Jonas Gunnarsson has a major league above second place. Now, some drivers who moved up as well and have been consistent. I mean, the 8th place driver, you got Derek Cook. He's been consistent all season long. And another one is also Isaac Wilson, who's sitting in 12th.
Isaac out of the race today due to seeing the real life NASCAR race in Martinsville. Tommy Stanley's going to do a start and park for him today in the 43. So Isaac will get series average points for today's absence. And Derek Cook was out last week. He got his season average as well. Our hearts and condolences. Thoughts and prayers go out to Derek Cook and his family. He lost his mother last week, which is why he was absent. So heartfelt condolences out to the Cook family, and we're welcoming him back today, but with heavy hearts. But as you continue to skim through the point standings, how about I bring in Michael Hagstrom real quick for a pre-race interview. Let's see how Mr. Hagstrom's doing out there in that Rick Ware 15 Ford out there. By the way, he hand paints every single one of his schemes out here. He does a lot of cars for ISNF, actually, including all of the Rick Ware cars, week by week. So he's a fantastic painter, but a great racer as well. He's showing his lap times out here today, giving it an old Indy flex. Michael, how you doing, buddy?
Hi there, Rhea. I'm fine. How are you guys doing?
We are doing fantastic. We're over here watching you fly through these corners.
Yeah, well, this is a track that I know a lot, so I've been doing a lot of laps and many victories, but with an IndyCar. So it's a little bit tricky with its NASCAR, but I'm still learning this car, and it's pretty hard. It's heavy. It's a lot of power. So as I said, I'm still learning, but I love it.
Oh, for sure. I'm the same way with these cars, trying to get the feel from. I do. Now tell me, is this car getting loose on the exit of the corner, or is it getting extremely tight?
Well, it depends on what lines you are and what apex you use. As I said, I have been racing here a lot, and I actually put my lines from IndyCar here as well. I actually did some laps yesterday, and it was pretty hard, but I think I got it now. But it's one thing to have a practice, and it's another thing to qualify. And the race is a totally different race. So
Oh, for sure. And I think we can both agree here that tires are going to play a big factor in this race and how you use them throughout the race.
yeah, exactly. And I'm not that good, to be honest, with the tires. Uh, I'm still learning there as well, and also with the strategy, and it's a bit easier with the IndyCar, I think. And I've been racing a lot with the IndyCars, but it's a new chapter, and as I said, I love the NASCAR, and I love this league. So I'm hoping for at least some top 5 in the future.
Well, Mr. Michael, we definitely hope you have a great race. We look forward to seeing you out there on the track. We'll go ahead and let you get back to your team, and that we could get ready for qualifying.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, my friend. We'll get him back down there to Rick Ware. But
Going back to the points, I want to point out someone. We're gonna take a look at everybody's favorite driver. We're gonna take a look at.
I didn't know I was on that list.
Tommy, too, we have some harassment going on in the YouTube chat, too. So I just want to bring that to your attention and make sure to nip in the bud before it gets out of hand. But, yeah, the point standings. What's up?
I was gonna take a look at. I just saw him, but I swapped over and looked at the. Oh, here he is. The 41 of Mr. Matty Moniak. Everybody's favorite driver. We can all agree on that. I know he's in the YouTube chat as we're speaking. Got a little beef going on from last week. Matty, if you're listening, you're my pick for today.
I'm gonna go with Joe Grijalva in the 51 Rick Ware machine.
He's
Ware,
honestly due. He's due
Rick
for a
Ware
win.
for the dub. U.S. Army out of El Paso, Texas for the win tonight. Over under, I'm going to set at due to a full race with the stages, which a stage race will be laps 50 and 100 tonight, guys. Total with stages, I'm going to go with lucky number 13, a baker's dozen. Hopefully no more than that, because some of us have to work at 3 a.m. tomorrow. Ouch. So we need to get this thing on the way. Qualifying is about to commence. Guys, I will be back here in a little bit. I'm just going to duck out and get my laps in, and then I'll be back in here with you.
Sounds good. I am going to actually refresh Trading Paints because, once again, switching over to another session, it decides to freeze. check. Give me one quick second as I go ahead and refresh. We have got it fixed. My apologies for that. Anytime the session kind of switches over and it's in transition, it kind of acts up. Oh, I think we're seeing a little trying to heat up those tires. Now, Mr. Thomas, are you here in the chat?
I am.
Now, who's your pick for today's race?
Honestly, I want to go with Mr. Jeff Weimer.
Really?
Yes. He's just been up there every race. As long as he, can avoid all the wrecks, he just seems to always get up there. He may not have thrown down a super fast lap for practice, but of course, practice, qualifying, and race pace are two different things. So definitely feel like he could be one to watch. My second pick would be Steven. So, but I'm going to have to go with Jeff. I'm going to have to go with that number 2 machine tonight.
Oh, very interesting. I actually like that pick. Now, look at this. Angel Hernandez and Jalen Battle sitting 1 and 2. Those are some really fast laps. And Jones Gunnarsson just takes the pole with a 52.28. This track, if you mess up just by the slightest, you lose a lot of momentum on these long straightaways.
Yeah, and I mean, granted, first time out here, next-gen cars on the track, but I did notice if you make a mistake in turn 1, it literally kills your whole lap.
It really does. Ooh, Angel jumps back up. He is the first one into the 51s with a 51.99. Now, one car I'm pointing out, just because I absolutely love this paint scheme, just the color combo, is the 21 of Eugene Thorne. I actually like that paint scheme a lot.
He running the Dex car.
Yes, he is. Ooh,
Yeah.
Linus smacks the wall. Ooh, I think we got someone out of paint scheme. We got the 12 of rear affairs running the advanced scheme. I'm so used to running a yellow car.
This is true.
Ooh,
but
that 38 has a nice scheme. Oh, wow, qualifying ended quickly. Jones Gunnarsson is your pole.
I will say, Jonas and Angel definitely threw down some real good laps.
That they did. The laps were really, really solid. Now, they do have 160 laps. So the biggest thing I gotta say for these drivers out there, patience. Now, they do have lap stages at lap 50 and 100. Important little note, as field strategy might play a factor.
Oh, it's going to play a big factor.
Let's be honest, who needs gas?
Well, looking at it and how big this track is, it looks like we're going to get about 32 to 35 laps per rate, or super driver, so
Which means if it goes green, tires really shouldn't be a too big of a factor. But if you start having cautions, that's when you're going to start seeing people take tires to try and get a better run. But I don't know. I would try and save my tires for the end. But as we go ahead and take a look, let's go ahead and show our grid for today's race. So, starting off with our pole sitter in the 10, Mr. Jonas Gunnarsson. He will be starting off with ran a 51.853, extremely fast lap. Right on his outside, you got Angel Hernandez in the 6. And Angel has actually just started being a part of Premier's house team, so congratulations to him on that. Charles Robertson in the 20, starting 3rd. Joe Grijalva in the 51, looking for a strong performance. I know he's going to be... He was saying that it was going to be a late race, and sure enough, it did. Danny Solo in the 4, starting 5th.
Have a good race, guys.
Alex Aronson in the 3, starting 6. Steven Sear in the 5, looking to have a solid finish. He had a solid run last week, hoping he could do a little repeat, starting 7th. Jalen Battle in the 24, starting 8th. Actually got his first win with Premier setup, so shout out to him. Linus Brostrom in the 16th, starting 9th, as he has won Richmond. Michael Hagstrom in the 15, starting 10th. Robert Moda in the 23, starting 11th. Joshua Grosso in the 38, starting 12th. Next up, we got Tristan Rivers in the 36, starting 13th. Kiko Garcia, as we mentioned, being on a little bit of a roll lately, moving up in the point standings, starting 14th. Jeff Weimer, who, Thomas, you chose for today's race, in the 2, starting 15th. Eugene Thorne in the 21, starting 16th. James Bowles in the 48, starting 17th. Cody McCorkle in the 45, starting 18th. Franz Beck-Schneider in the 19th, starting 19th. Daniel Homer in the 22, starting 20th. Jonas Skoglund in the 14th, starting 21st. George Kovacic in the 11th, starting 22nd. Rhea Ferris, the league owner, in the 12th, starting 23rd. Rosa Laszlo in the 9, starting 24th. We got Christian Delgado in the 77, starting 25th. Brian Chu in the 54, starting 26th. Michael Iskandar in the 1, starting 27th. Colin Zeimer in the 44, starting 28th. Mark Gonzalez in the 99, starting 29th. Thomas Stanley in the 43, doing a star park. And away they go. Now we see there Jonas being able to get side by side with Angel. It seems like the outside was able to get a pretty good run on that restart. It'll be interesting to see how they hold up right here for this long straightaway. We all know how the draft plays here, as I saw somebody in the wall, I believe. As they come into turn 3. Angel giving plenty of room. Now, you definitely don't want to be stuck on that outside for too long, as you're more than likely going to wear your tires. But at the same time, if you try and let off and let them by, you're going to get freight trained on the inside, as the 3 looks to the inside of the 20. Seems like everybody's kind of getting filed in. Looks like the 47 is going to try and make a pass on the 15. 15 looking like he was trying to side draft a little bit. Sure enough, everybody's kind of falling in line. If you go to the front, you can see Jonas pulling away and just putting up the fastest lap with a 52.61. While second place is currently under attack by the 3 of Alex Erldson.
I will say there is already some spiciness on the driver comms.
Oh, is there really?
There is.
Somebody got into the wall, or
I'm not exactly sure.
it seems like the 20's trying to block or force them down. But the 3's gonna be able to complete the pass. The 4 trying to make a pass on Angel Hernandez in that 6.
Who do we have in the 3 tonight?
Alex Erldson?
Ah, okay. I wasn't quite sure. I knew Casey was going to miss. Wasn't for sure if the normal fast driver gets thrown in there.
I will say everybody kind of seems a little organized, just running the race. Ooh, the 5 had a little bit of a incident right there, getting a little loose, but not too bad. Alex Erldson putting up the fastest lap with a 52.21 as of this moment. Trying to chase down the 10 of Jonas Gunnarsson.
Now, I will say, being out here still, making some laps, trying to get some info, these cars redline quite a bit.
I want to say that's a temperature thing, though, because even in officials, when they were here towards the end of the straight, you were already redlining pretty good.
They're redlining quite a bit before the end of the straight.
You know what that means, though? That's going to make it difficult to make some passes. It's going to come down to basically your braking point when you decide you're going to have to try and send it in there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about everyone else. I'm redlining around start-finish line on the front stretch.
The 3 attacking the 10, and he completes that pass that makes it look effortless. But it could be the 10 trying to just save up his tires, not burn them too early.
I will say, I feel like the big key for passing is going to be setting up passes instead of just being raw speed.
Yeah, you're going to have to set it up and also use the cars in front of you for the draft. Because if it's redlining, it's going to be a little tough in my opinion.
Yeah, it redlines so long, which I haven't noticed. Of course, being 7 laps in, you're not going to notice it too much. But if it stays green, I feel like that's where that extra heat is going to start to wear down the engine.
Oh, did I see somebody coming down pit road already? Alex Erldson.
Yes. Yep. He actually has to go to work.
Oh, no wonder why I was pushing so hard.
Yep. He just is gonna pretty much do the same thing I'm doing for Mr. Tomlinson. Just gonna do a little start and park.
He did a me at Charlotte for the Coke 600 last season.
I'm gonna be smart this time and shut the car off.
So now the lead is handed back over to Jonas with the 20 right behind him of Charles Robertson. Angel Hernandez, Danny Solo, and Joe Grijalva rounding out your top 5. I mean, you could tell basically who kind of has the line kind of figured out, as you can see a gap forming between 13th and 14th place.
This is true. Do we have Charles blinking, or is that just on my screen?
I haven't seen a blink yet, to be honest.
Might just be on my screen. Just wanted to make sure here.
Ooh, they're going around. Oh, hold on to it. They saved that. The 51 and the 4. What happened there?
It looked like they wanted to do the normal IndyCar move of going down to follow.
Man, honestly, that could have been real bad for the field. Fortunately, they were pretty sideways, but they were able to hold on to it. So good on them for keeping it straight. I'm pretty sure neither of them have a meatball.
That is true. Now you can definitely tell the people that have the IndyCar experience with these cars. Because they all seem to be taking the same exact line.
Now, who's your favorite paint scheme out there to the end so far in today's race?
So far, let's see. I mean, I really like Angels. The gray Fastenal, I do like that one.
I agree.
Also, I really like Danny's as well. That throwback style.
Oh, they are 3 wide.
scorecard.
That was very tight, but they kept it. They kept it going. Got a little battle going on further on back between the 77 and 22. Trying to complete the pass on the inside. Not quite able to. Looks like the 22 might actually be able to complete the pass on the outside, and he does. Everybody's mostly single file. Now, I wonder, the 51 just the fastest time, by the way. Now, he looks like a man on the mission trying to make a pass on the 5.
Yeah, I feel like he's gonna try to push it a little bit more. He does have a fast car. He has been fast pretty much every time we've seen him on track. He does kind of get into those little other people's mistakes, unfortunately.
Ooh, the 5 nearly hitting the wall a little bit right there. Another driver really on the move is Joshua Grosslin at 38. He's running people down.
Which does not surprise me. He absolutely loves Indy. I know him and Angel both, do their normal IndyCar racing quite a bit. Same with, I did hear Michael talking about that as well. So they two could definitely be someone to watch.
Seems like he gets a really good runoff in some of these corners, and then he loses it. And I believe, I think he gets a solid run 1 and 2 and loses it in 3 and 4.
Which is, I did notice that.
We got a wreck somewhere.
In the grass of turn 3 and 4,
23.
apparently.
We stay green though. Let's take a look and see what happened. If I can find it. Here we go. Oh, I already see what happened. Let's go far chase. And play. 36 got loose, drifted up into the wall, and the 23 got into him. Hits the wall. Kept off the race.
Meatball.
Yeah, that hit, just by looking at it, you could tell it was a meatball. Now, the 38 seems to have gotten a good enough run to be putting pressure on the 24. Ooh, as he pokes his nose. I think Jalen was going to try and close the door.
Which is funny because I know Angel running Road to Pro along with you and Jalen. Josh being in there. Both of them are very, very competitive. Both extremely fast.
Now, Chad, let's get your opinion. Joshua and Angel are best friends. Very competitive. So let's go ahead and put it. Who's the faster driver? Comment your answer. But at the end of the day, everybody's still chasing one man, and that is the 10 of Jonas Gunnarsson.
Which seems like a common occurrence this year. He keeps being this fast. I think we're going to have to start checking his car every race. Might have an alien super engine up in that.
Ooh, he's got a little tight. Looked like he was heading towards the wall there. Yellow flag is out. Ooh, right out that caution.
It looks like Johnny Castle and Matty Moniak.
Ooh, I think Johnny has some major damage.
It looked like Matty just drove right up into him.
By the looks of it, if I had to say, he was trying to come up with side draft to the quarter panel and got into him.
But then again, that is Pontiac's code of driving, so kind of hard to tell.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna go with. I think he was trying to side drive, but he went too far up, and once they made contact,
Just gonna go ahead and call it how I see it. Looks like a skill issue to me.
now you know who's gotta be happy. Guarantee you that 78. He kind of like blinked through it, or not blinked, but ghosted through it.
Yeah.
Now,
I will
question:
say
do you take
I
tires?
do like that Ally car. And honestly, 20 laps I would. But that's just me.
And everybody is.
Well, they would have been already coming down for fuel anyway.
You pointed out that 48 car, and I actually like that paint scheme quite a bit.
Yeah, whoever made it did an extremely good job.
Ooh, Jalen missed his pit stall.
And so did Michael Hagstrom. Does look like Charles had some issues. You said he missed his pit box, didn't you,
Jalen.
Jalen? Charles came in second, came out fourth.
Well, technically fifth because Collinsheimer's still out there.
Oh, you are correct. Which I don't agree with.
It could be a lead a lap, but at the same time, I don't think they have that rule.
They do not have they do not give bonus points for a lap led anymore, so that's kind of
By the way, this is the first caution of today's race, 21 laps in. Pretty clean racing overall.
and Colin looks like he's going to come down now, which is most likely going to give him a black flag.
Gonna be Jonas and Angel back in 1 and 2, and right behind him you got Joshua Grassa and Charles Robertson.
I will say Johnny Castle, Collinsheimer, and Bob, all three have black flags.
Oh boy.
Of course, Colin got his for pitting under closed pit.
Now. Oh, we didn't discuss the over-under on cautions for today's race. What you thinking?
Rhea said 12 with cautions, correct?
I am not too sure.
I know she said 12, but I couldn't remember if she added cautions or not added cautions. I want to go with probably 15.
Now, here's an important thing to realize. One, this track does not have a Geico restart zone. Secondly, the cars that were involved in some of the wrecks, it's important to notice that they did have a fast repair. So if they did have a meatball, they could get it fixed. As we see Angel get a really good run on the outside, he's able to take the lead. Everybody battling for position.
Very true.
The 51 of Joe Grijalva looking like he's able to make a little bit of comeback after being involved with the incident with the 4.
Does look like Linus went ahead and parked it for the night as well.
Well, this is a full race, and it is very late for them. I do know that. As 48 looks to the inside of 45, dips it back out to the outside. Out front, everybody chasing the mad Angel.
Now, I am curious to see, will Jonas and Danny be able...
Ooh, the 51 through a block, I think. I'm not sure if that was on Brian Chu.
That it was. We'll say during that, Jonas, Charles, and Danny all got a real good run.
Not sure what happened to the 48, but he seems to be dropping back. Oh, I think I know what happened. He has damage on his right front. Caution is out. I think that's going to be for Colin Zeimer. Was it for Colin Zeimer or was it for somebody else?
I want to say yes. Because that is the only person that I saw have an issue.
I'm surprised considering the fact that it was off the racing surface, but I guess that pit road, the access roads and stuff like that, they for some reason count. Ooh, we got a car off track. The 78, what happened with? Oh, same situation. I think Bob is still having issues. Yes, he is. He's in the grass and trying to get...
Now, I will say that is one thing I will give this track. This track is very, very weird. Coming on and off, or off of pit road, I should say. Coming on the pit road can be hazardous if you're trying to come in too wide. Bob has lost his bumper on the backstretch of the track as he's bouncing off the wall.
What is going on with Bob?
I am not sure. Bob is on struggle bus right now.
Ooh, yep. He's struggling with that pit road exit. He clipped the grass and went head on into the wall.
Yeah, he actually has, his car is damaged now. He has his left or right front is pointed sideways.
A little bit of duct tape will fix that right up.
I don't know if duct tape might do it. He might have to break out the zip ties here to hold that wheel straight.
Nah. I still think duct tape. Oh, did Bob crash again?
Nope, he pulled off and towed. He missed pit road, unfortunately, on the first little go around, and just parked it on the backstretch and towed.
Now, I will say that's one thing about this track is the pace laps seem like they go on forever, and they take forever.
This is very, very true. I mean, this track is a big track. Everyone knows this is a big track, but once you're actually on it on iRacing or even in person, it's a lot bigger than you would think. Especially for as fast as they go around this track.
Well, the draft plays a huge factor in that too. Now, he saw Angel have a really good run on the outside on this restart. I wonder if the 4 will have the same luck. As they get ready, entering turn number 3. That's a really good sized field for today's race. As they're going to get ready to take the green flag once again. And I mentioned earlier, no Geico restart zone, so it will be strictly on the leader. And away they go. Seems like the 4 wasn't able to get a solid run on the outside like the 6 did. Now he's under attack by the 20. Diego Garcia working his way up, sitting 6th, looking to see if he could get into that top 5. Ooh, the 45 might have overdrove it just a little bit in that corner. Oh, the 14 gets turned, slides back up into the field, collects a few cars. Massive. Oh, the 9 takes a hard hit.
Looks like the 77 did the same exact thing as the 41 did to the 34.
Let's see here. Yep, hook some. The 11, wow. The 50. They all got involved. That was some hard hits. But like I mentioned, some of them should still have their fast spare.
I want to say yes, they're going to be good because they do have a faster pair, but the problem lies we're only 30 laps into the race.
We got a lot of race still to go. See if you could come up with some trivia questions, Thomas.
Will do.
Now there are only 19 laps till the stage ends.
Yeah, we'll just make it an easier trivia question.
All right, what is it?
So, the Indianapolis, it has, or is called the Brickyard for the NASCAR races, and why is that?
All right, chat. Go ahead and submit your answers. As by the looks of it, we will release the answer once they hit the backstretch with 1 to go.
I will say we do got a driver answering.
If the driver answered, he is disqualified. Who's the driver?
Mr. James Bowles.
Oh, he does
Which
not count.
He did get it right. So I will give him that. Partially right, but I'll give it to him. I don't know what happened.
I won't lie. Seeing the weather kind of makes it a little cozy. Nice and cloudy. Not too hot, not too cold. Just right. Makes you just want to be enjoying the day. Now, I wonder if with the stage caution approaching, points on the line, if some of these drivers are going to try to make some more aggressive moves, maybe dive it in there on the entry to the corner. It'd be interesting to see as they get ready to take the green flag once again. Green flag is out. The 10 and the 20 gets a really good restart, but that 4 is going to be fighting back on the outside line. And he's able to clear the 20 and staying in second place.
Well, FJ, I'm. Never mind.
We got a wreck.
Looks like the 2.
Broadcaster's curse. That wasn't caused by me. Hooray. Caution back out again. Seems like my theory was kind of correct.
I do want to blame Mr. Moniac started the whole caution fest. Or not caution fest, but caution after caution. So
Ooh, he actually did get it to 41, but as we're under caution for once again, I believe this is our 4th time under caution, if I'm not mistaken. It is the 4th caution of today's race.
but I'm going to hand it off to you being able to throw the caution if you're able to for the stage. I will be back here shortly.
Now there's 15 laps to go. Got the 10 still leading. He's led majority of this race. You got some fast drivers behind him though. The 4, the 20, and the 6 have all been on his tail all race long. As the 11's able to get his lap back. Biggest mover so far, believe it or not, is actually Matty Moniac. And right in front of him is actually Derek Cook. We're reaching the quarter mark of this race. Now, we saw him go on a little bit of a run. They had Done good. It really didn't seem like anybody was crazy loose. Uh, quite the contrary. It seemed like people were just a little tight. But right now we're in that caution after caution. I think if we could get sorted out, go green, we should be able to pull off another long run. But it's going to take a little bit of give and take at the beginning to get it going. Now, if I'm a driver and I'm seeing all these cautions, it might be worth it to get off strategy and maybe stay out. As we get another restart going, Kiko Garcia in the 47, sitting in 6th place, having himself another pretty solid performance, being consistent. Cody McCorkle in the 45 also makes that performance. Michael Hagstrom, who is actually the fastest in practice, sitting in 9th. With it being a full race, you want to be patient. You really don't want to push it too early, and you really don't want to wait till the very end. All right, lights on the pace car are out. As they approach the front stretch, getting ready to take the green flag once again. These long straight leads provide for the draft to be a big factor. And away they go. Green flag is out. Once again, you see how the 10 and the 20 get a good start, but that outside run kind of helps. But the 20 is going to be able to be right there. Caution is back out. Yikes, that's a big wreck. So I think it started with the 19. Ooh, looks like he might have overcorrected it. Got loose, up into the wall. Gets the 7, the 41. Gets the 5, the 2, the 42, the 9. Let's go on board with the 9 and take a look, see what's going on there. See what he saw. That is the 9. My apologies. Let's see here. So you see there, you can see it there happening. Wow. They really piled in there. That was a little bit of a parking lot, to be honest. Now, some of those damages is very minor. Other ones, it looks like it could be a little bit more. And I know some drivers have already used their fast repair. So it'll be interesting to see how much damage really affects it. As this track is really reliant on the draft. Because you can hit your marks perfectly, but if you have anything wrong with the aerodynamics of your car here, you lose so much speed on the straightaway compared to other cars. Now, we did mention how the over-under on the cautions, and I'm starting to feel like my pick was a little off. Yes, this is actually only the 5th caution, but still got a lot of racing to go. We see a lot of people entering and exiting pit road, getting their damage fixed. Steven Sear being one of them. He got rear-ended and ran into vehicles. Now, here's another thing. Is if you're on pit road, you have a lot of time to get this damage fixed. With the pacing laps being almost 2 minutes long. But if you are getting this damage fixed and it goes 1 to green and you try and beat the pace car out and you try and beat it all the way back, you're more than likely going to run it very close to where you might not catch up by the time it goes green. At the same time, you might time it perfectly and get yourself a little bit of a Kyle Busch action. Lights on the pace car are out once again. And away they go. The 10 getting pushed by the 4. Still side by side though. The 20 might be able to do something on the outside. Oh, they're close. Oh, they touch. Keeping it green though, the 4 looking to take advantage and get around the 20. Still side by side, battling for second. Seems like these cars are starting to handle a little bit different compared to the way they were at the beginning of the race. as everybody kind of falling in line, and I think we might be going back to single file. Ooh, as somebody smacked the wall. And that was... Oh, Rick. Oh, that is a massive hit. Wow. Got loot and yep. Oh, and he hit it just right to send him back out on track. Let's go on board with the 19 to see what he saw, because, I mean, those were extremely hard hits. Yeah, he just... Unfortunate for the 19. Oh, and then he... Man, that grass is very slippery. Now, oh man, that was some... I guarantee that has to be a meatball for at least 2 or 3 of those drivers, because those hits, I mean, we talk about how these cars are so durable, but they did update that damage mod. But even with the old one, those hits, they broke a lot of stuff. Seems like James Bowles is going to be able to get his lap back. A lot of drivers sitting on pit road trying to get their damage fixed as much as possible. Now, I mean, we've seen the same top 4 the majority of this race. The only difference is they switch position every once in a blue moon. But I mean, we had a really good beginning run, but I don't know why we have turned it into a little bit of a wreck fest. If we could just get it sorted out, we should be able to get green flag run. Now, I believe this didn't count as their stage caution, as the stage cautions were lap 50 and 100. And that caution happened before the 5-lap mark, I believe. So they are going to go green and race it to the lap 50 mark, unless there is a caution before that. All right, lights on the pace car are out there. Are going to go green this time by. And we are just past the quarter mark. Getting ready to take the green flag. And away they go. 10 getting a really good run. 20 looks like he's going to try and make a move. But I believe that 4 should be able to hold him off with the outside line. I will say it's actually interesting to see some of the lines these guys are running to hold off, especially on the outside line. And they're doing a really good job of getting the runs. The 51 of Joe Grijalva looking for a comeback after he got involved in a wreck. Ooh, the 47 was wiggling, and I think the 51 was trying to decide where to go. Oh, they're racing super close between the 45 and the 51, but keeping it clean. And just right behind him, you got Jalen Battle trying to poke his nose and get around the 45. See Jalen diving all the way down to avoid any side draft or anything like that, trying to complete the pass on the 45 for the 7th, actually 8th position. Well, it seems like the 45 was able to hold off the 24. Looks like Angel's trying to attack the 20 now. Seeing if he could complete the pass. And right behind him, you got Joshua Grosso looking as well. .38 giving his buddy a push as the yellow flag is out. Matty Moniak saying he picked up 5.5 minutes of damage from the 19 spitting on the previous caution, and it stepped on the. Yeah, we noticed that you got loose, and I mean you hit that wall just right to send you back up into the track, like perfectly. And it's just unfortunate that that happened, but I mean on that one there's really not much you can do on where you hit, because I think if you would have hit anywhere else you would have been good, but the way that wall was angled. It as that was the end of the stage. As everybody's coming down pit road, I'm assuming for tires and fuel. Ooh, we got some people that decided to stay out. Interesting. Oh, we had quite a few that stayed out. They pulled a strategy, I see. Since they all pitted lap 44, they decided to stay out, figuring that these guys were going to pit after the stage caution. Making sense. So, with that being said, smart move on their parts. Now this will really show how the tire can hold up new versus old and how much they wear. But with the way the cautions have been going, I would have to assume that it shouldn't be that big of a factor. But knowing iRacing, one lap can equal quite a bit of tire wear difference. And you'll definitely notice. Now, it looks like the 11 has a little bit of damage on his left front. The 14, I'm surprised, is up here, considering the fact that he got some major... Damn it, wait a minute. 14... Where is he? I actually don't see a 14. Ah, here we go. Jonas Skoglund. He is actually a lap down. I was about to say, I'm surprised he was up here considering the fact that he took such a hard hit in one of those wrecks. Now, restarts are going to be a factor, especially as the typical 4 that were at the front for every restart are no longer there. They're sitting... First car is a 5th place. So with that being said... We're getting ready to go back to green. Daniel Homer going to be leading you to the green flag with Brian Chu on the outside. And away they go. Daniel Homer was able to clear Brian Chu before the entry to the corner, so he's going to be able to get a really solid exit. Now the real battle's right behind him between fresh tires, old tires, inside, outside, 3 wide. As the 10 wastes no time and decides to take it 3 wide. Luckily, they keep it clean and they're going to try and go, but the 10 falling in line. 11 taking a little bit of a wide corner. I mean, we're kind of seeing how those tires are affecting these drivers as the 10 was able to take a solid run, and just behind him, man, everybody's all over the place. Ooh, Joshua almost smacked the wall there, but was able to keep it off. The 4 looking to the inside of the 2. For the backward seat. Seems like everybody's being a little bit more aggressive. Just a little. Makes for some entertaining racing, but at the same time can lead to more cautions. Now, Angel Hernandez, who was up front, is surprisingly 18th. Now, I wonder if that's just being stuck in traffic and him being patient, or if he might have had issues. As the 22 gently scraped the wall there. As Brian Chu has been caught by the 10 of Jonas Gunnarsson, and Jonas is going to make quick work and get to the inside and try and complete that pass. As I mean, we're seeing further behind him the 48 and the 47. I feel like a big thing here is also being very patient. Ooh. Because if you're not patient, you feel like you have a faster car and you're just going to try and send it, more than likely you're going to tag someone. And it just goes horribly wrong for the both of you. But at a certain point, you got to go before the tires really kick in. As we see him entering turn 1. And there we took a look at a lap around Indianapolis and how these cars are really driving. So, with Daniel Homer, I mean, it seems like he's holding him off pretty good. And I mean, Brian Chu is still in fourth, so it's not like he has dropped drastically. Now, one thing I am noticing with Brian, though, it seems like he isn't getting to that bottom line until late. And I think that's where he's losing most of his momentum, and that's where these guys are catching him. Now, I could be wrong, but I want to say, just as someone that has raced this track and actually enjoys the track, I want to say that's where he's losing the most speed. Now, the next stage caution does happen at lap 100. So we got 40 laps to go, but we will see green flag pit stops if it goes green. As Thomas mentioned earlier, you can really only go about 30-35 laps on a fuel run, I believe. Ooh, as the 38 gets turned. And let's see what happened here, as I think I see. Oh, and he smacked the wall. Now, did the 11... Let me see. Did he send in there, or was it the fact that the 38 had to check up for the 2? Nah, he sent in there. He was going to drift up just a little bit, but... I wonder how bad the damage is for that 38, as he has been strong all day long. Let's see if I could find... Joshua's still out there. He does have quite a bit of right front damage. But a really decent amount, to be honest. Now, if I was him, come in, get it fixed. Especially at a track like this, it's really important. As we see, half the cars come in and half the cars stay out. But Daniel Homer still leading this race, showing that even though he is on slightly older tires, he can still hold the lead. So, with all this being said, this is our 8th caution of the race. I believe Rhea put it at 12. I was hoping, based on the first run, we'd probably get like about 5. But those little stretch of cautions that we had in the middle of the race kind of added up very quickly. Oh, did somebody wreck? Oh, he blew up. Not quite sure what happened there. Daniel Homer still leading this race. So Tristan Rivers, I assume, is going to be out, or at least for the tow, because if he still has a fast repair, he can use it. But if not, that is going to be a 30-minute repair, I believe. Oh, Derek Cook went off track. What happened with Derek Cook? I will say, seems like a lot of people are having issues with the pit road exit. As they approach for the green flag, Daniel Homer bringing him to it. And away they go. You see further back some people just dropping out of the way as they know they don't have the speed and they don't want to cause any issues. Side by side coming out of turn number 1, entering turn 2. Now, I believe the reason the outside's able to maintain is because of those fresher tires. The inside's not able to really drive it off as if they had fresh tires. Oh, the 4 kind of taking a peek on the inside, but decides better of it. Ooh, as the 10 took it a little wide, and I think that gave the 22 just enough space to clear him. As you see all the cars further on back just sliding in and out, trying to make room. Ooh, 20 got a little squiggly there on the straightaway. Not sure if he was trying to decide where to go or if he got a little loose. Charles Robertson is sitting in 10th, trying to work his way back up to the field as he was one of the faster cars out here. Kind of seems like everybody is settling down. Dylan Gunnarsson to the lead with the 22 holding on right behind him. I'm still amazed at the tires, because what y'all gotta remember is typically tires, if they're 10 laps old, you start noticing a difference. But since this is such a wide track, basically 5 tires acts as 10. This is kind of the way I view it. Let's ride along with Jonas for a lap or two. See the line he takes and how he drives the car. Alright, yeah, that was a look as right as I come back, we take a look at him getting a little bit loose. But just look at the sky, the overcast, the weather. And you see him how he goes down trying to break the draft for the person behind him. Kind of redlining at the end of the straights. Ooh, as you see the 22 getting a little loose. Now, one thing I want to point out is you want to get as close to that line as possible and even get a little over it. But if you hit the curves that are on there, it gets your car extremely loose, as we saw with the 22 right there on the exit of 4. I kind of see him running that line. Now, in traffic, it's a different story. Let's take a look at Jalen, who's trying to complete the pass on Brian Chu. Let's see them. Let's take a look from Kiko Garcia's point of view, see what exactly is all going on. As you see him kind of trying to get that late straighter exit. Jalen was able to complete the pass, and by the looks of it, Brian Chu as well gonna fall back to Kiko Garcia. And now under attack by Jeff Weimer and James Bowles. Now we're starting to see these tires really start to kick in. And Charles Robertson. Now we just saw how right there Brian Chu went from being basically 5th to his tires are kind of struggling now, and he is under attack from everybody. Angel Hernandez trying to get around him. Joshua Grasso, who was involved in that wreck earlier, trying to attack as well. Jonas Gunderson coming down pit road. We are starting to see some green flag pit stops, as I believe it blinked in when I was focusing on Jonas Gunderson and Danny Solo. Now, if you take a look at our new leader, the 51 of Joe Grijalva out of El Paso, Texas, a fellow Texan. And right behind him, Daniel Homer. Now it'll be really interesting to see just how much pitting a lap or two earlier will really affect Jonas and Danny. As it seemed like Jonas had a longer pit stop than Danny. Rio Ferris sitting in 23rd. Biggest mover so far is actually Joey Maines. Ooh, as the 99 smacked the wall pretty hard. You see everybody kind of dipping down, going back up. So, with Jonas and Danny, ooh, and I bet you Jonas and Danny did not want to see that. Ooh, what happened here? I think that's the third time we have seen that today. Actually, I think the 17 came down on that one. I'm gonna say the 17 came down on that one. Held his brakes, so good job on him for holding his brakes. And well, spoke too soon of that. He should have waited for that 7 to get through. But I mean, shouldn't be too bad. The reason I say that might not work out for Jonas and Danny is for the reason being, with them being, even though, like I said, 2-3 lap older tires, I guarantee you it'll take effect. But, it maybe not, because one of them was a warm-up lap. It's definitely things to keep an eye out as we're approaching the halfway mark. As everybody's coming down pit road, and I assume the people that came down last time are staying out. Got a new leader, Joey Maines. Last pitted lap 61. Now, we got a little bit of a change up. We got Cody McCorkle in second. Then you got Charles Robertson. Matty Moni. Oh, we got somebody struggling. Matty Moniak. Nah, I'm no expert. But I think that's not going to help his aerodynamics. But on a serious note, I think it's all the damage that's making it very difficult to drive that car. Which is why I'm going to say, yeah, he towed for that reason. And Kobe says that's one way to get out of pits. Actually, it has been a major issue all race long for these drivers getting out of the exit pit road. Slowly approaching the midway mark of this full-length Brickyard 400. I am really interested to see the restart the 42 gets and the 45. I will say, I think in turn one, the outside line's going to be able to get around him for the simple fact of the tire wear. Green flag is out. Ooh, they are wiggling all over the place. Still even, but I really do think that outside line is going to be able to get them, especially on this long straightaway. 20 going right behind. Ooh, no, the 42 is able to clear and maintain the lead, but now the 45 is under attack from the 20. And the 20 is going to clear the 45. Slide up in front of him. Now the 51 is attacking the 45. Further on back, you got a battle between James Bowles, Angel Hernandez. Oh, as Angel gets turned and hooks, comes back across the... Oh. And I already know what happened here because it is the 4th time it has happened today. Take a look. Yep. Comes up, trying to side drive, gets too close, and hooks him across. And I will say, I believe that might have... Angel might have had a faster pair. But you see, he gets hit by quite a few cars. Iskandar gets involved in that. The 15, the 4 of Danny Solo gets hit. The 10 of Jonas Gunnarsson, the fastest car of today's race, getting involved in that too. I want to see what I saw. I want to see what they saw from their cockpit point of view. Ooh. The 10 actually got quite a bit of damage from that. The 4 coming across his nose. All of them coming back down. See, I'm more than certain to get their damage fixed. Now, there is a fast repair as we just hit the halfway mark. But a lot of drivers definitely have used that fast repair, so it'll be interesting to see who will have one left at the end of this race. So my question was regarding the restart, and I mean Joey Maines was able to hold on to the hold on to the lead. So honestly, good strategy. If he could last 20 laps, he might have set himself up in good track position. Oh, for sure. But at the same time, you want to hold it in your back pocket just in case a late caution that you get caught up in. Hey, honestly, for me, it all depends on the damage in regards to with deciding when to pit. Now, if everybody uses their tires and you have a set, take them, because the tires are the biggest thing here. Now, if you're leading and you got no damage, you have your fast repair. I don't know. Would tend to go if a caution were to come out and I had a set of tires. I would go ahead and take the set of tires. That's true. Honestly, yeah. Because I think, if I'm not mistaken, Joey's actually on 14 lap older tires. So is Cody McCorkle, who's in third. But yet we've had so many caution laps in regards to you're really not able to get up to speed and really burn them. So there's definitely gonna be some strategy at the end of this. I guarantee will occur. As the pace car is off and we're getting ready to take the green flag once again. And away they go. And you just see there that restart. The 20 was able to clear. The 42. 51's going to try and get around them through the outside. Jalen Battle looking to make some moves. Ooh. The one dove it. Oh, the 11 gets hooked and caution is back out. Don't tell me it's the same thing. Yep. Oh, and he hits that wall. Seems like the limo was able to keep it off the track, so you should be okay. I know they did update the damage model, but still, these cars are a little bit stronger than the trucks. I think it's how to put it. Depth perception. With some of these drivers where they're going a little too far up and hooking the drivers, trying to side draft them. Oh, it seems like it's 20 blinking just a little bit. Surprisingly, there really hasn't been much 3 wide. Or at least not that I'm used to. Could be yeah, the 20, yeah. I mean, the 20 car's been fast. Yeah, well, I mean, I will say this. The 3 wide racing that I have seen has actually been pretty clean. It's just the biggest issue I've seen is the side draft. People going up too much and hooking them. Yeah. But it'd be interesting. I mean, that 42 is really holding on. I'm actually glad to see that. Jalen Battle has been working his way up. Sitting in 4th right now on the outside line. Now, the thing is, with the 42 being out there, I think that the issue with older tires is going to be the restarts and the starts. Because I guarantee you, with the way things have been, the 20 is going to get a good launch. 42 is going to struggle because of the tires, and the 51 is going to clear the 42. That is my prediction. As the pace car is going to dive down, and we are about to go green once again. And away they go. Actually, I might have been wrong. Seems like the 42 got a better start. Yeah, but he's not quite going to be able to clear. Oh, is Charles blinked out? Let me switch on over to someone else. '51 currently battling with a 42. And look at this big wad of cars further back. Battling for every position. You see Angel back here. He was a top 4 car. Got taken out, but he looks to be on his way back towards the front. Gonna take a little bit of time, but he's got plenty of time if it goes green. Going back towards the front, you see Daniel Homer trying to make a pass on the 45. Jermaine's still battling with the 51. There's 12 laps to go before this stage ends. .42 was able to hold off that 51. Hugo Garcia has been consistent this season. Is actually in 3rd in points, so I'm not mistaken. What we looked at. Jam Battle seems to be dropping back just a little bit, but it could be that he is not burning his stuff up. James Bowles all the way right on the 51's bumper. As they both were able to get around Mains in that 42. 22 on the march as well. .22 in the 42, battling out. Nah, James is going. He's on a mission. The and the 47. Caution is out, and it puts Mains into the wall. I believe it's gonna be the exact same situation as earlier. Yep. Side drafting and hooks him. And knowing Mains, I bet you he is not happy with that one. Now, there is an incident limit. Unfortunately, I don't have someone that can check at the incident limit since I joined as a spotter. It doesn't show me. But I guarantee you some drivers are getting very close. Now I believe we're gonna see. Very true. Now here's the thing. Stage caution's lap 100, and then they're gonna go green. Fuel window is gonna be about 30-35 laps. But I really think some of these guys, they need to leave just a little bit more room because they're trying to side draft so hard and it's costing some people some. I mean, Maines was doing awesome considering the fact that he was on older tires and now he's sitting on pit road in 24th. Yeah, unfortunately that is the case. I'm waiting for someone to really make a bold move. Because in officials, these cars were getting loose. Here, it seems like they're really just getting tight. I will say the top four are starting to get really shuffled up because before it was the 10, the 4, Angel, and you also had Charles in that mix. And green flag is that. Ooh, the 48 nearly hooks the 20. 22 took full advantage of that. That could have been real bad. Stages at lap 100. Since the caution occurred before. Oh, 20 barely slides up in front. Oh, we got one in the wall. They keep it clean. Cars all over the place, 3 wide. Rear Ferris gets it to the 10. The 10's gonna end up in the wall. Everybody is all over the place at this moment. Oh, the 22 gets turned. Oh, big wreck. What happened here? $47.22. I think I will say, I think that's one issue that we see. Now, will you blame that on the 47, or will you say that's a little bit of netcode? Because he wiggled, start coming up. I think he would have made contact with him either way. That's what I was thinking. I think he would have still made contact with him. I said it first. Now this will be the conclusion of the stage since it happened within the 5 laps. Everybody coming down pit road because this will be the end of the stages. So they will have 60 laps once we go green. So they're gonna have to make one green flag pit stop if it gets to green. Brian Chu staying out. Interesting. Gotta race closer. When that happens, you race closer. Well, they're gonna have to pit one more time, but honestly, the track position is the biggest thing, and being away from, like you said, the cautions. But honestly, I think he should be good. I don't see anybody really sending it in there. Now, hopefully I didn't just jinx it, but because I mean the first driver is in 7th position, so he's gonna take some time to get to there. Well, I see it week in and week out. The biggest thing I notice with these races is you get shuffled back because of so many cautions, and it mixes everybody's strategy up. So you never, it's hard to really come out and be like, oh, you know what, I'm in first, I should pit and I'll be in first, but it rarely happens. Green flag is out. Brian Chu gonna lead the field with Joey Maines on his outside. Brian should be able to clear him here. Everybody keeping it mostly clean. Oh, as I think the one was in the wall. That's going to allow the 51 and the 20 to get around him. You're seeing these drivers really push these cars. You see the Jalen working on the one. Angel and that group further back. Well, it seems like Brian is the one driving away. Caution, back out. And that was for Johnny Castle. Let's see what happened here. Yeah. Wow. I'm gonna go and watch that. I think 41 just overdrove it. Yeah, there was nothing the one could do. Now, who did that? 14 got involved in that too. Gave him a little shot, turned him around. And now the 5. Able to keep it off him.
Doesn't look like I missed too much of the race.
Oh, you missed plenty.
Plenty. The only thing it looks like I've missed is all of Stuart Haas Racing running into Team Penske.
Actually, don't forget the 47.
Oh, yep, and the 47.
I was talking with chat and I was telling him that the biggest thing is the side drafting. Side drafting has been the biggest issue for a lot of these guys.
Wow, it only looks like we have one that actually DQ'd out.
Who was that?
No surprise, Mr. Moniak. Man, how it's looking, I guess I should come out there and do some more laps.
So, Kobe goes, 47 is like Goldberg from wrestling. Who's next?
Honestly, I will 100% agree with you there, Kobe. Very good driver, but man.
Who is close to getting disqualified?
Johnny Castle is at an 18. 25, of course, is your DQ limit. That's the next closest. There's quite a few people with 16, 17. So not horrible, but also not the greatest. I will say, speaking of the 47, he only has a 10X.
That is honestly surprising. And this isn't me calling out the 47 or anything, but this is me calling out iRacing's incident thing. Like, how can you give the 47 only a 10X? But I guarantee you, everybody who has spun has probably gotten a 4X. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, there's so far there's only 3 drivers that have not hit anything. I'm not gonna name names. Last time I did that, they all ended up hitting stuff. So we're gonna see how the rest of this race ends up. I will say my pick is still out there.
Who was your pick again? Yours was Steven,
Jeff
was it?
Weimer. No,
Jeff
Jeff
Weimer, there we
Weimer
go.
was my first pick, and then Steve was my back.
Yeah, he got involved in some nasty wrecks.
Yep. The 2, unfortunately, has been in some good ones as well. Rhea's car looks fairly decent.
I really haven't seen her get caught up in like in a wreck. She was actually running just outside the top 10 for a while. She does have some left side damage.
Yeah, I was gonna say she does have a 7X, so I think a lot of hers came from trying to miss pit road. Kobe, I'm not saying it. Okay, well, we'll just put it this way: all 3 of the drivers are running in the top 10.
I changed my pick. My pick goes to Brian Chu. Brian Chu's gonna win this race. Just watch as they get ready to take the green flag. And away they go. Oh, that 50's gonna try and peek his nose, but thought better of it. 42 getting a decent enough run to stay side by side with the 54. But Brian isn't going to be able to clear. Oh, the 42 gets loose.
Leave it to
He
Joey.
held on to it, though. Amazing save.
Joey for the win, it seems like. But see, Kobe, every time FJ says Brian's gonna win,
The complete
Brian
opposite.
shoots
Has
himself in the foot. He turns into Ty Gibbs a little bit.
that was a really good save by Joey Maines.
That it was. Surprised he held on.
When I saw
Good
the
thing is, did not hit the wall.
when I saw the tires pointing the other direction, I really thought he was gonna go back up into the field, but I mean, solid save. Eugene Thorne looking to make into the top 10 right here.
Now, I do have one recap question for me. What happened to Gunnarsson?
He actually got involved in a wreck that involved Danny Solo, him, quite a few drivers, believe it or not.
Oh, so we had another big one?
Yes, yeah. Oh, you take a look at Brian Chu. I mean, hey, here's the thing. Brian's line is actually interesting because I pointed out earlier he runs not on the line, and I think that's where he loses time as a 51 smack the wall.
Rhea gets a little loose. The 11's around.
Take a look at the 11. Where is the 11? No, that's the one. Here we go.
Looks like the 21 and the 11.
This has been the issue all day long.
Looks like side drafting gone wrong again.
Now that one looks like he did have a little help with the Neko, but I think they still would have made contact. Because if you look, it kind of starts turning him, but oh, and he hit pretty good on that front.
Yep. Do you want to say, as that wreck was happening, Rhea got loose coming out of the turn 2, but did save it.
Now, how about we bring in Brian Chu, since I haven't been able to do interviews. Let's bring him on up and talk to him.
Yes, I will grab him and bring him up. So I have found Mr. Brian.
All right, Brian, you got a copy?
I'm here.
All right, Brian. Well, my favorite driver, I have picked you now to win this race. So,
Well,
you don't sound too
yeah,
enthusiastic.
I'm a little concerned because I nicked the right rear on restart before last, so I'm definitely probably a little slower than Roberson Battle and them guys. But right now I'm happy. We got 1, 2, 3 Toyotas, so proud of them guys sticking up here. But I don't know. This track's all about hitting the corners right, and I'm just struggling a little bit. I've been just trying to keep track position. That's why I've kind of pit before both stages. Kind of threw away stage points to try to get track position and stay up here. I think I have a top 10 car. I don't think I have a winning car, but we'll just try to stay here.
So, one thing that we've been pointing out all race long, and it's the reason majority of these cautions have come out, a lot of drivers have been getting right on the quarter panel, and as a result, hooking the driver. Have you been noticing a lot of drivers really side drafting to the extreme?
I've heard some guys on the radio talking about dooring each other, and then I've heard like soft touches on the radio about barely touching a guy. That's what you're talking about, I think. Taking the air off. I haven't really seen it in front of me. I haven't been directly in front or behind, I don't think. So, but I have heard plenty of that on the radio for sure.
Yeah. Now you pointed out your line. I did point that out actually. I was noticing how you're really not getting down to that bottom white line, and I feel like if you can make that adjustment and get to that bottom line, you'll be able to pull away. But overall, I mean, you set yourself up pretty good with a track position.
Yeah, in all reality, I'm in a travel trailer camper, okay, and I'm on a kind of a makeshift setup. So my brakes have been kind of an issue because they're moving on me. So I am definitely missing the corners because I'm a little non-confident with the brakes, and unfortunately, this is a short-term thing, me doing the setup. But unfortunately, with this track, you need the brakes in every corner for an oval. That's a lot. So I'm just going to try to do the best I can. I have been trying to get to the white line, like you said. I'm struggling with it. I'm definitely struggling with it, and that's where I think some of the better guys are going to get me here. But I'm going to keep trying. I'm going to keep trying. As your favorite driver, I'm going to do everything I can, buddy.
Then go get that Toyota in victory lane. We'll go ahead and get you back to your team so you can focus on the rest of this race.
Yeah, man. All right, buddy. Appreciate it.
All right, well, that was the driver of the 54, Brian Chu. And you heard him mention how a lot of the drivers have mentioned either touching or dooring. And did he just? Oh, okay. Did he just blink out?
He has been blinking every now and then. Of course, probably not the best setup, like he was saying. I do want to answer Kobe, a top 10 in the race. I feel like just finishing on the lead lap in this race is going to be a win.
Honestly, finishing with your fast repair is a win, in my opinion.
I'm pretty sure I already used mine. My car blew up again, sitting on pit road. It wouldn't be a race if I didn't blow the car up in pit road.
Now, Kobe is trying to jinx the 54 by saying the 20's going to wreck him this lap.
I don't think this lap. I mean, Charles.
Wow, the 54 got a really good start.
I feel like Charles and Brian have a good thought process.
Oh, I honestly. Oh, the 45 gets around him.
77 gets hit by the 50. Ooh, save it. Oh, gets rear-ended.
They keep it straight, so no caution.
Unfortunately, I feel like Jeff is done on that one.
That was a hard hit to the front end. The 20 looking to make a pass on the 45 for the lead. Okay, now that was a big, parking lot, but to be able to hold on to it and keep it green, I give props. The 24 giving a shot to the 45.
I will say, I have noticed that Jalen this year has not been as cautious as years past. He seems like he really is out there battling now. No pun intended. But he seems like he's a little bit more aggressive than he normally is.
Well, the thing is, when I used to race with him, he was really aggressive, and it was good because he was able to hold off and battle. I think right now it's the fact that with the way the race has been, he gets put into situations and caught up in other people's wrecks, or he gets loose and damages his car to where he really can't battle as hard as he wants. He almost smacks the wall.
I do want to point out we got Steven in the top 10.
Oh,
Also
the contact.
Robert.
14 and the 15. Caution is out. Oh, check up. What are y'all doing? Oh, big contact.
What was...
Nah, I am going to say that was ARCA braking.
Oh, yeah, that...
So let's see. This all started with the 14 and...
The 14 went up, got into it.
I think he expected the 15 to be a little bit closer to the wall. Because if you look, it looks like the 15 is going up. Now, obviously...
I do want to point out, even though James ran right into it,
On the exit of the
board.
corner, I don't think you could tell. Like, it looked like his view was blocked based on where he was. But let me go into his cockpit point of view.
For James, yes, the 11 was right in front of him, and the 7, and when they turned out, he saw the smoke, and it was just too late.
Oh, okay. Yeah. But
I
even
mean,
then, the caution came out. I mean, well, to be fair, he couldn't see.
I don't think he saw where the caution was.
Now, the car behind him, though. Who was the one?
Now, I will tell you, the caution, he passed the green light before
Collins.
caution light came out.
Now, Collinsheimer definitely had time. Oh, no, he checked up. He just chose the wrong area to go to. That was a hard pile up. Ooh, everybody kind of diving in last minute. Ooh. Yeah, it honestly was, because you just saw cars getting hit. It looked like a movie, to be honest.
Like, at first, I was going to give James some crap, but looking at it, there was literally no smoke. Now, I did just hear, somehow, Mr. James snuck around. He still had a fast repair. Now, the problem was he had to tow. So he is going to lose at least 1 to 2 laps.
If he loses 1 or 2 laps, I mean, with the way the cautions have been going, I think he should be fine. One of the viewers saying, "This is insane to watch." Kobe says, "This is something."
Yep, Mr. Davey said that. I will say there is quite a bit of...
Is that Mr. Davey?
That is Mr. Davey. I will say there is a lot of words being said between the 15 and the 14. Unfortunately, they both are Swedish, so they are speaking in their native tongue. So we cannot fully grasp what they are saying.
If I had to guess, they're saying how well they get along.
Yep, that's kind of what I was thinking. I know it really sucks for Michael. He definitely had a very, very good car tonight. Was going to have probably one of his best finishes of the season.
McNay points out that it was neck code, but he would have hit him anyway. Definitely. Hands down. But strategy wreck.
I really hate to see it for that Rick Ware car. They need some good finishes.
Joey Mays has worked his way back up to 7th. Now, whether it be strategy or whatever, I mean, it's working for him. Actually, he's on fresher tires than the guys in front of him. But he's on older tires. I was going to
say, he actually came down. I want to say he pit.
McNay says, "I wrote the comment and realized I was 45 minutes behind live." Was watching another wreck.
we do the same thing.
Oh yes.
So
oh good. Yes. I just laugh because I have been in that situation where I'm thinking I'm live and then I press the live button and it takes me to like something else. I'm like, oops.
I will say this top 10 right now, you got Robert, Eugene, George, Joey, Delgado, and Mike are all in the top 10
And
right
we're
now.
about to go green. Green flag is out. Now, I would just like to point out, we started with 37 cars.
And we are about ready to lose 3-4 more that are all in the top 10.
You know, Eugene Thorne is up here, and I'm actually happy for him. He's having a solid race.
He has. In fact, he's actually been running some races at Martinsville and A Open and A Fix. Been doing real good there.
Now that 77, Christian Delgado making some moves, getting around and taking advantage of some checkups.
Yeah, definitely say he's on the right move. I will say he is one of those. Same with George and Mike Iskandar, that are on that list of needs to be a little cautious.
Joy Maines in the top 10. Oh, the 47 gets it to the back of the 54 and gets it to the wall.
Oh, Kobe, you were wrong. It was actually a red car to try to take out Brian, not his own teammate. Now, I will say, I feel like this track kind of favors Joey more than everyone else. And the reason being is the track is wide enough, but the straights are long, so he doesn't have to worry about hitting the wall as much.
Very true. Now, they're still going to have to make a pit stop regardless because nobody can make it from here.
I mean, to be fair, I could make it from here, but I'm also 111 laps down, so.
Steven Sear and Robert Rowe practically dooring each other, battling out for that third position, that last podium position.
You know, I will say, Cody being up there, I would like to see him do good. I honestly would really like to see Robert or Steven win the race. Even Robert just finishing the top 3, I think, would be a real good boost for him. He's kind of had a little bit of bad luck this season. Missed a couple races, so I think it might turn his season around. But I don't want to count out that 51, though.
He's been fast all day long.
Like him and like the 51 of Joe and 20 of Charles, I feel like they have kind of been the two dominant cars that have avoided major issues. As I said that, they'll probably both wreck and take each other out. Seems like what happens.
Ooh, the 51 nearly getting into the wall.
I will say the guy on the move right now is Joey and Angel.
Joey and Angel. Joey's in 9th. He's up 24 spots. Robert Rowe's up 32 spots, and then you have Angel, who was involved in a few wrecks earlier. And I believe he was involved in a big one too, as he's going around Joey. Brian Chu on the hunt as well. As Brian Chu's looking to the inside of Joey Maines. Now, the one thing I'm noticing, ooh, it looks like Charles got into a little bit of the wall. Ooh, I see that Kiko Garcia is going to try and make a pass on. Is actually battling with James Bowles, who is in fact a lap car.
I will say, I know James is a lap car, but I will say James has definitely been up there all race until that last wreck, unfortunately.
Oh, I agree. And the thing is, he is battling to get back on the lead lap. He is the first car a lap down. But I will say this, I guarantee you, some drivers will not be happy if he battles them too hard.
This is very true. Now, I'm not going to lie, if I was James, he's the only car a lap down. So as long as he gets no damage and just runs his race, chills out, he's going to be lucky dog on the next caution. Hands down.
I won't lie, I honestly think it's going to come down to whoever has the cleanest pit stop, because everybody's getting spread out really good.
I want to say cleanest pit stop, but I also want to say who's going to throw strategy in the end of this race.
To be honest, because I think it might go green the rest of the way. The fuel window just opened up. Now, here's the thing,
I
though.
will say 2 tires do work here.
Now, here's the thing, though. I honestly think, yes, you'll be on fresh tires and you'll be faster. But the draft, I honestly feel like that draft plays a big factor.
It does, unless you are, if you're fast and you got like a real good lead, it's gonna take them a while to get to you.
Wasn't sure what was happening with that 50, but he was wiggling on towards the entry of the corner.
Yeah, I noticed that. Now, if it's coming down to pitting, green flag pitting and strategy, I know Steven's probably going to do a good strategy.
Speaking of which, he's going for a pass.
Probably going to jump a couple people because of entering pit road. Like, it is so important on green flag stops. And he is
three
so
wide.
Stupid good at it.
They kept it clean.
Looked like Steven backed out a little bit. Didn't want no part of that one. It does look like the 50 is struggling now. I don't know if it's because he's on the high side or if he bumped the wall at all.
Seems like Angel was on the move too. He's currently pushing that 77. Oh, and he jumps to the high side. He's like, I need the better entry. Now, when would you all pit?
Honestly, so being crew chief for you and Angel, I know Angel likes to short pit, but I feel like the only way Angel's going to short pit is if he can at least get in the top 5. as Delgado and George both DQ'd right in front of him.
Oh, wow. That is definitely unfortunate. By the way, look who has worked his way up and is chasing down the 20. Oh, the 45 gets to the wall hard. I guarantee you that's a meatball. That has to be a meatball.
That is not.
Wow. If I'm Brian, I need to get around this 45 as quick as possible because that hit definitely messed with something, though. And he's diving down a pit road. Look at Steven. I believe he got third last week.
Yes, he did.
51 looking to make a move on the 20. They're going to be battling it hard. Not giving it up that easy, though.
$51 going for the pass.
Jalen was able to get around Steven. Good to see Jalen having a solid run. And also Angel was able to recover from that wreck he was involved with earlier.
Yeah, it definitely, I'm sure he probably thought they blinked out in front of him. But he is now in 5th, so I feel like he might, depending on if he's running these guys down, which I think he might be running them down. I will say, Joe has... I don't think we've had a race that Joe has not been up front at one point this season.
He was fast at... Oh, what was it? He was extremely fast at a track. But he got wrecked. Was it... Oh, what track was it?
He has been wrecked quite a few times.
No, there was one where he
racing.
was like he had a dominant car, but he got
I wanna say. Give me a minute here. I'm gonna double check, make sure we get this correct. So he's been fast at Richmond, the Roval, Atlanta, Phoenix, and I think you were thinking Las Vegas.
It might have been Las Vegas.
Las Vegas,
Phoenix
he
was
started
faster.
third, was super fast, ended up getting wrecked out. Phoenix, same way. Atlanta.
Now I'm interested to see when these pit roads are going to start. Now, looking at this, James is fast, but his tire, his being a lap down is definitely unfortunate. Eugene Thorne having a top 10 race.
He did. I will say Cody has put his car behind the wall. He had a 0x too and still parked it.
Well, the thing is, he towed. Or no, he went down pit road.
He drove down pit road.
Interesting. I think he could have recovered, but I think he kind of figured with this green flag run, it wasn't going to happen.
Does sound like there's quite a few people talking about needing tires and being short on fuel, so James came across the radio talking about his tires, which watching his fall off, I think he has burnt his.
Now, Jalen is running faster times than Charles Robertson. But the guy that is running faster than everybody is that 51. The only person running faster is actually nobody. Nobody is running faster than that 51. Wow, that last lap he actually ran 0.3 faster than the rest of the field.
Now he has newer tires than the rest of the field, does he not?
No, he has fresher tires than Charles Robertson and Steven Sear. Other than that, he is basically even with everybody else.
It does look like Robert came down pit road. It looks like he's coming off pit road now. So he's just going a lap down now. Looks Brian Chu's on pit road now as well.
Now, here's the important thing. I really think it's going to be a matter of timing when to come down pit road is who's going to win this race. Because you want to have the freshest tires, but you can't wait too long and lose too much time.
And Angel is coming off of pit road right now. He snuck in there and pitted. Didn't even see that.
Now, if there's going to be a caution, it's definitely going to be on the exit pit road. Because pit road has costed so many people. Oh, the 50 gets into the wall. And that's because the 50 was just on pit road, wasn't he?
It was, yes. Now, I will say, Brian and Angel are the only two drivers that pitted that have not went a lap down. Oh, I take that back. Brian did go a lap down. So Angel got on pit road and off pit road without losing a lap. Which I feel like it really hinders. If there's no cautions, James is definitely not going to like this with no cautions, because now he has to fight Brian, Robert, Castle, and Mike to get that lap back.
Well, here's the thing. If the caution, either way, if no caution comes out, James is in trouble. But if the caution comes out, he is also in trouble because he needs to hope that it comes out at the right time.
Yeah.
Now I'm really curious to see how big of a lap time difference it really is. Now, Jalen has called Charles. Charles has to be, I was about to say, Charles has to be coming down he has to be nearly, oh, Jalen's coming with him.
I will say Steven hit pit road and came out slightly in front of Angel.
And he has fresher tires.
He does. But I mean, I want to say yes on lap wise, yes, but
It's going to be a matter if he could save him.
yeah, it's one of those things. I am curious, what are the lap times between Joe and Steven and Angel with them being on fresh tires?
Believe it or not, 52.42 and Angel was a 52.63. Joe is coming in.
Oh,
Joe is barely entering pit road. Rhea Ferris needs to pit as well. Now, I wonder if Rhea's going to try and stretch it out and hope for a late caution. Because that might not be a bad move either, but it's kind of risky. As Joe is still on pit road, Jalen and Charles basically came out of pit road in the same position, but Jalen is off just a little bit. And Angel and Steven are right behind him. Joe's barely coming out of pit road. They're going to be extremely close. But Joe holds on to the lead as of right now.
I don't know. Chris has the lead as of right now. He hasn't pitted yet, though.
Oh, that is true. Rhea is in second place still. Now, okay, so Charles pitted on lap 97. He went to 139. So that means you could go about 40 laps.
You also got to put in there.
Caution laps. A lot of caution laps. Because I was going to say, you could try and go full on extreme save. Oh, Charles just smacked the wall. And that's going to be costly, especially on the straightaway.
Now, I am curious. The track is getting fairly dark.
If it gets too dark, they
Not
will
too
call
dark.
it. If it gets too dark to race, they will call it and declare a winner.
Now, is Rio trying to hold out till it gets dark enough? Because if Chris pits, now granted, there is only like 16 seconds left. Or 16 laps left, 16 seconds.
Wait a minute, how
16
much
laps
time
left.
is left? Actually, I could check right here.
They have a total of 3 hours. They still got about
30 minutes.
28 minutes, 30 minutes, somewhere around in there.
30 minutes and 28 seconds.
So as long as no cautions come out, they are definitely gonna finish it. Now I will say,
Even with
Chris,
a caution or two.
this is true. Now, I will say Rhea does have about almost a full front stretch, back stretch over Joe. Chris has a little bit more on Rhea. As I say that, Chris is Ross Chastaining the wall.
I mean, the gap is 10 seconds. It really is going to come down to how long they can stay on fuel and how dark it gets.
Yes.
Because you know what? Let's go into the cockpit point of view and see what they see, to be honest, because that'll give us a really good insight.
It's not horrible. I mean, granted, I have crew chief for Angel that ran the Charlotte Roval at night. And
So,
if anyone knows, the Charlotte Roval does not have lights on the inside of the track.
so Chris is in ultimate save mode. He is shutting it down on entry to all 4 corners.
Which, hey, whatever works.
Now, here's the thing. If he's done that the entire... I'm talking about the entire race. I wonder how much he has honestly saved. I mean, the
This
entire
is true,
run.
But I will say they have updated these cars. And I know in a couple other races, once you get so low, if you're shutting the car off, it will not turn back on. It takes a while to turn back on. So that is something to keep in mind as well.
So he has a 14-second lead over
Joe.
And Rhea still has a 6-second lead over Joe. I think they'll catch Rhea. And honestly, if Chris really has to save and hit his mark really quick so he can start gassing again. But he has to save 6 laps.
This is true, but I will say Rhea is doing a very good job of saving without shutting her car off. She's keeping consistent RPMs through the corners.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, it's getting dark quick.
That is very, very true. But I mean, I'm one of those ones. You can see the white of the walls. Now, I will say, if you were at Homestead, someone like a darker color wall probably wouldn't do this.
She's actually running Chris down pretty quick.
That is exactly what I was about ready to say. I will say, though, Rhea is doing a very, very good job of saving fuel.
Now, as for Joe, he is running them down extremely quick. He's going to catch him very quick now, unless something catastrophic happens. Oh, Rhea almost overdrove it and hit the wall. Right now is the time that both these two leaders need to be perfect. Whether they're saving or whatever it may be, they really need to save. Now, here's the thing. With them saving like this, I wonder how... Oh, Chris is in the wall. Oh, Rhea had to mess up her line trying to avoid Chris. Now, Joe is battling the 67, and the 67, or I don't know who. I was about to say, he was battling him for a bit, and it was actually costing him time.
Now, I will say...
Uh-oh, Rhea's going for the lead. And she should be able to... Yep, she gets it. Now, this draft is going to help Chris as well. Chris is no longer shutting down the vehicle.
I will say, though, Joe is on the move. I feel like if he didn't bounce off the wall as much, he definitely was going to do good. As there's quite a few people on chat talking about calling the race, which
They have ran down Rhea.
To be fair, Rhea would love for them to just go ahead and call the race. I will say I am a little worried for Joe now.
Joe has just taken the lead, but he is under attack from Charles.
Yeah, Rhea can't hang on anymore.
I was about to say, I think Rhea was really hoping for the red flag, which I mean is a smart move on her part. I can't knock her for trying because it is getting dark real quick.
So I like the racing we're having at dark. The problem is we all know how it's going to end right now.
I think Chris.
And I know it sounds really bad.
I think. Well, here's the thing. Joe's now in clean air, and Charles over driving it. But if they start battling, it's gonna give Jalen a shot.
But I will say,
close the gap.
I will say they are talking about they're just trying to follow the cars in front of them because they are having a struggle on seeing cars.
I think Rhea's had issues. Yeah, she did. That could have brought out a caution, and that would have made things very interesting. Because if there's a set of tires out there, I don't care if there's 8 laps left, 7 laps. There's so many laps on these tires. Fresh tires is dominant. So whoever has the tires left is gonna win this race.
Oh, hands down. But to be fair, like Rhea did pit, yes. Chris
the only
has
thing is
yet
she's
to pit. So if a caution did come out, I know for a fact he has a set of tires in there.
If Rhea would have been able to stay on the lead lap.
Chris and Steve are dooring.
Oh, they were 3 wide for a second.
Yep. Does look like Charles is kind of moved in a little closer now.
Well, he ran him down, but I'm seeing with Charles is once he gets super close, he starts to overdrive it. Kind of like right there. Instead of being patient and kind of hitting his marks, he's overdriving the corner and he's getting him tight.
But we know how Charles drives. I mean, he is not scared to put the bumper to you. Is he doing that to see how close he gets in the corner overdriving it?
You see, in 1 and 2, he gets a really good hook. And he closes the gap. Right there, he just overdrove the corner. Joe just set the fastest time this race. Mind you, this is yet again with the temps cooling down. It would make sense that he's running a little bit faster.
Now, I will say the 51 is catching lap traffic. With it being dark like this, will that play a factor? Because there's more and more drivers talking about how dark it is.
They can make it.
Oh, hands down, I know they can make it. But a lot of these cars have dark back ends.
Oh, that's gonna cost Charles some momentum. He
I
caught
will
him at the
say
wrong time.
Yep. Chris
Pitting.
is pitting now. He almost made it.
Now, here's what I'll say. If Chris is smart, he'll take 4 tires and hope for a caution, because if he's on the lead lap, he is sitting good, because these guys, if they decide to come in, he gets the lead. Oh, there is nearly a wreck. But there was nearly a wreck between Joey and a lap car. How many laps is the one car down? Actually, he's first car in the lap down, I believe. Oh, he just went a lap down.
Yep. Now I will say,
Now, is there anybody that would have a
listing-
set left?
Chris, I know would. Angel, I know for sure would. Probably Jalen. I feel like Joe is on his last set because earlier on he did ask if they were going to call the race or finish the race completely. So I definitely feel like it's going to be one of those things.
Now,
Now,
my
I
thing
will
is,
say
if
if
a
the
caution
caution
comes
comes
out, will they call
The
it?
race is, yes, if the caution comes out, I am going to call it, mainly because my screen's not the brightest, but I'm struggling to see them. The broadcast is struggling to see them, and out of
Ooh,
everyone,
Bowles
we
just
know
smacked the wall.
Angel. We know Angel has to be driving in a black blur right now.
I really... Come on, let them go green, white, checkered. They can see. It'd be fun. Because in the cockpit point of view, you can still see really good. I'm not going to lie.
You can, but that's our view. So we know what Angel's car looks like. Not
Jalen just
On our
ran
screen.
down Charles. And I mean, he ran him down because there was a gap. I think Charles pushed his stuff to the limit. Yeah, Charles is doing everything he can. Ooh, Charles.
Carl's only took 2 tires.
Oh, that's real interesting. I think the
So-
move would have definitely been 4.
It would have, but like I said, if
By the way, this
it is-
white flag, it is official. Oh,
I
keep
will
it
tell
clean,
you-
boys. Oh, damn. It got pitch black. I can't see nothing. They're racing in
yep, they are complete black.
Jalen's doing Jalen's doing they're all over the place.
Joe went through the grass.
There's no I mean, let's be real. I think we should call it before the blackout because to be honest, I mean, how can you see? Because that definitely costed a few people, in my opinion. I love that though. Jalen tried wall riding it since he couldn't see. Well, I really can't see no burnouts. I can't see nothing. Wait a minute. Look, I see the flag. The end was really good. It was really good racing. All right, I am just waiting for Thomas to give me the word as to if they are going to call it before it went completely black.
Nope. We are calling it on the last lap.
You mean when they took the white flag?
Yep.
I mean, that seems fair enough to me.
Nope. When they crossed it. So as the iRacing sets, that is how it is.
Wait, what do you mean? Like,
So iRacing league right now, or iRacing standings right now, of Joe, Charles, Jalen, Steve, Joey, Jeff, Derek, Eugene, Kiko, Angel, is exactly how it is going to be called.
yeah, I don't know if I like that, to be honest, though. I would have done it when they crossed the white flag, to be honest. Because once it turns,
This is true. The only thing is, the only people that fell is Kiko Garcia taking out Angel.
that's what I'm saying. If you cross the white line, it really wouldn't affect it. It would just clear up whoever got taken out because of this whole thing.
That is going to have to be a RIA thing, so not 100% sure, but just going with it like it is. Carl's is waiting. If you want to pull up our second place guy.
Actually, let's start with third. Bring up
Well, Jalen, let me hop down there and get him. I have found the third place driver. He snuck out on.
Well, I saw Jalen trying to do a little move there at the end when I knew he couldn't see the corner. He figured I might as well just ride the corner and hope for the best.
Yeah, man. Even before that last stint there, had a decent car. I think it was better on the long run. Just getting through traffic was pretty hard, and the draft meant a lot. So once some guys got out front and got about 2 seconds ahead of you, it was basically impossible to catch them, and we just kept getting a bunch of yellows. Off and on first 2 stages. That last stint there was actually pretty fun. But yeah, the last 10 laps, you couldn't see anything. I was wondering if they were going to call it, but I guess we were just going to run it to the end. I think I could have had something for the 51 and the 20, but I just didn't negotiate the slower cars better and just kind of lost them there. But yeah, no, last lap, I got around the 20 and I went to the corner and then I just can't see anything. So was just trying not to get bumped by him, and I couldn't see anything either. So I'll take that. And yeah, like literally the last 75% of the last lap, I just couldn't see anything. I was just gonna just keep hitting the wall until I crossed the line. I didn't want to hit like the pit wall or anything like that and lose more spots. But overall, I'll take P3 for a night race at Indianapolis, I suppose, and better trending upwards for the season, I guess.
I mean, you basically did what I did. Me personally, I think I would have called it when the white flag dropped. Just because I kind of they're gonna say they're gonna leave it basically whatever you cross the line is what you're gonna cross the line. The only thing I don't like is the fact that, like, especially on that final lap, if you can't see, it's a little difficult to make the turn.
You can't race. You can't make the turn.
Now, as it sits right now, it is full on official. There may be a couple little fixes tomorrow, but then again, that is not my cup of tea. Just relaying it out there. So as of right now, Jalen, you did get P3. Unfortunately, I know you want that P2, but as of right now, this is how it's standing. So,
oh yeah, I'll take that. Like I said, overall for the day, with just kind of how we were negotiating traffic, and then I just didn't have any real short run speed. But I'll take P3, you know. And then shout out to all the guys in HMS Discord. It was fun chatting with them and hang with them for this entire race. Oh my god, I don't know how many hours I was going to go, 3 hours or so for that race. And shout out to Ray and her team, you know, getting stuff set out a little bit better towards the end there. I was a little worried at the start of the race we were just going to keep getting caution after caution, which kind of happened, but we cleaned ourselves up as it got darker somehow. So, but yeah, other than that though,
I do have one question.
what was that?
Would you rather run the full length 160 at Indy or full length Daytona Talladega?
Honestly, probably this, because you're just parading at the super speedways for a majority of the race until you get to the stages. So honestly, this, I mean, I would have, at least at super speedways, you're not getting a bunch of cautions every 5 laps. But, you know, I don't know. It's a toss-up. This track is kind of in that middle ground of I don't mind it, and it's also kind of annoying. So, but overall, glad it's over. Glad it's over.
For sure. And I mean, we appreciate you taking the time to talk with us. We'll go ahead and let you get back to your team and celebrate your 3rd place finish. Next up.
You good?
What do you mean?
Your mic sounded like it cut out for me. Maybe it was just me.
Oh, I think it might have just been you. Let's go ahead and
Okay.
bring up our 2nd place driver.
Bring up. I have found Mr. Two Tire at the end himself.
What's going on?
Well, alrighty, Charles. I mean, it was a rough race in the middle, but it seemed to have cleaned up towards the end. I know the racing was a lot better, a lot more aggressive, a lot more attempts to pass. The biggest thing, obviously, being light. Were you having issues seeing, or was it pretty clear up until the very end?
Nah, I couldn't see nothing the last 15 laps. I just couldn't really see what line I was taking, so I was kind of turning in early, and it was getting tight, you know. So, I feel like I had the best car, you know, that the 10 wrecked out. So, you know, I just wish we wouldn't have got off sequence with the 24 and the 51, because that's pretty much what, you know, lost me the race right there.
Yeah, for sure. Racing around other people, I know a common theme that we were seeing was a lot of people were kind of side drafting, but they were going too far up and hooking people. Was that one thing you were worried about with some of these drivers when you were passing them?
No, I mean, I was pretty much up front most of the day. Most of the guys that I was around, I raced with a lot, so, I trust them. But, you know, I really didn't see none of that up front. I know we had a good bit of cautions though, so I really don't know what was going on behind me though.
Fair enough. Now, with that,
Ooh, I got a question. Do you
Okay.
regret taking 2 tires on that last stop over 4? Or did you
Yeah.
have 4 tires left?
I had I think 3 sets left. I probably should have took 4 tires, but it is what it is. Can't win them all.
I mean,
Fair.
in my opinion, it got you out there close to him, so
Yeah, I mean, once it got dark, he just pulled away. I don't see how he was running lines. He was running. I couldn't see nothing.
Yeah, I mean, it was difficult to run a line when you can't see
Yeah.
your breaking point, to be honest. But overall, I mean, you still finished second, so pretty solid performance. If there was one thing you could do differently, what would it be?
Probably would have took 4. That's probably what I should have done, but I didn't. So I'm glad I got 2 wins. I really wanted to go back to back, but I won at Nashville Fairgrounds, and I won last week, so I'm pretty happy with that. And I got, I think, 3rd and 2nd in the stage, and I finished 2nd, so it's not a bad day.
Fair enough. Well, is there anybody you'd like to shout out?
Yeah, Rhea, you guys, everybody watching, all the sponsors. It was fun, little crazy there at the end, but it was definitely a first for me racing in the dark on iRacing, that's for sure.
I think it's actually my second time. I remember there was a Pocono race that went into nighttime. But alrighty, Mr. Charles, appreciate you taking the time to talk to us, and we'll go ahead and let you celebrate your second place win with your team.
Thanks, guys.
And alrighty, all that's left is our race winner.
and let's bring up Mr. Rick Ware Racing Car himself. Got Joe up in the booth now.
All right, Joe, you got a copy?
I got you guys.
Well, you have had a solid car multiple weeks, and unfortunately you have been caught up in some wrecks, but this week you were able to pull it off and get the dub at a extremely long and some would say painful race, and a very unique race
Dark
at
race.
the end. I was about to say a unique race. So overall, what was your strategy coming into this race?
I mean, my biggest deal was to try and stay up front because I knew it was going to be a mess. It doesn't always work. That's usually my game plan is try and stay up front to avoid the mess. And it kind of got a little, me and the 4 kind of got together. So it almost went south, but it worked out. I got to give a shout out to Michael in the 15 though. He gave me the tip, the strategy. I'm not going to disclose it, but he helped me out in the Discord, and it let me formulate a plan for the rest of the race on when to pit and when to take tires, even under yellow. It kind of set up the rest of the race for me.
Fair enough.
Yeah, see, that's why he won. He had that Swedish meatball pit strategy.
Now, there at the end, were you able to see the track, or were you just kind of winging it?
So I couldn't see, but maybe maybe 100 yards in front of me. The thing here is Indy's so technical. There's only one groove, and you can't miss it, or you're gonna hit the wall, which I did a couple times. But I ran an IndyCar league with another team maybe a year or 2 ago, a full year, full schedule, full race distance races, and this track was one of them. And we did a lot of practice. I mean, days of practice to prepare for that race. So this track's kind of burned into my brain. I love this track so much. It just when you get the line right, it's so smooth. The car sits so perfectly out of the corner. It's almost like butter, and it's an awesome feeling. So I have a lot of track time at this track. Is what I'm gonna say. It was there at the end.
Fair enough. Now, is there anybody you'd like to shout out?
Yeah, thank you guys for broadcasting and letting everybody watch the race. My teammate Michael in the 15, he got into some issues there, fortunately, but we were both running great throughout the race. I'm certain he would have had a top 5, if not a top 10 for sure finish. My wife, I absolutely have to thank her. We have a newborn, and we've been. I think we're on 4 something hours, and I can't thank her enough for letting me race. It's unbelievable how supportive she is. Dad, who's watching back home, with our karting buddies. My background's in karting is where I started racing in real life. The BKA Border Karting Association back in El Paso, Texas, in the Southwest. All them guys are great. Ron and Adrian, they're watching and supporting me, and I got to thank all the BKA guys for supporting me. They do have a Facebook if you guys want to check it out. BKA El Paso Juarez Karting. Check them out. Give them some likes. It supports the group. But I appreciate everybody and Rhea and them guys for letting me be here and run.
Well, we definitely appreciate you taking the time and running the race and being a part of the league. And we appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. So we'll go ahead and let you get back to your team and celebrate your win. And we look forward to seeing you next week.
Awesome. We'll be there.
And alrighty, that I believe will do it for us. All we gotta go through is our results for today's race, which we got Joe Grijalva in the 51 winning this race. Dominic Carr, majority of the race, so shout out to him. Charles Robertson in the 20 taking second. Jalen Battle in the 24 finishing third. Steven Sear in the 5 finishing 4th. Joey Maines in the 42 finishing 5th. Good to see Joey having a solid race. Jeff Weimer in the 2 finishing 6th. Derek Cook, Mr. Consistency, back at it again, finishing 7th. Eugene Thorne getting himself a top 10, finishing 8th. Kiko Garcia finishing 9th. Angel Hernandez in the 6th finishing 10th. Robert Rowe in the 50 finishing 11th. Brian Chu in the 54 finishing 12th. Johnny Castle in the 34 finishing 13th. Colin Zeimer in the 44, finishing 14th. Rhea Ferris with her strategy, managing to pull off a top 15, finishing 15th. James Bowles in the 48, finishing 16th. Chris Van Maastricht, same thing, trying to save as much as he could. In the 17, finishing 17th. Michael Iskandar in the 1, finishing 18th. We got Bob Wyckoff in the 78, finishing 19th. Michael Hagstrom in the 15, finishing 20th. Cody McCorkle in the 45, finishing 21st. Christian Delgado in the 77, finishing 22nd. George Kovacic in the 11th, finishing 23rd. Jonas Skoglund in the 14th, finishing 24th. Danny Solo in the 4, finishing 25th. Daniel Homer in the 22, finishing 26th. Jonas Gunnarsson having a dominant car, but unfortunately getting caught up in a wreck in the 10, finishing 27th. Joshua Grosso in the 38, finishing 28th. Mark Gonzalez in the 99, finishing 29th. Tristan Rivers in the 36, finishing 30th. Matty Moniak in the 41, finishing 31st. Franz Brett Schneider in the 19, finishing 32nd. Rosa Laszlo in the 9, finishing 33rd. Roberto Mota in the 23, finishing 34th. Linus Brostrom in the 16, finishing 35th. Alex Elgin in the 3, finishing 36th. And Tommy Stanley in the 43.
Best driver.
Finishing 37th, and that will do it for us, folks. Long race, pretty exciting at the end, I won't lie, but we look forward to seeing y'all next week, and as always, y'all have a nice day and goodbye.